Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hello, my name is Harrier Citadel, avian sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things, and welcome in. I hope you all have had a decent Thursday so far and that it has been treating you all kindly. I have been hard at work making sure that I could actually stream today, so a lot of PC maintenance happened. And thankfully, it seems like it's behaving itself. It looks like I've managed to debug whatever bug was plaguing OBS. So it looks like, and touch wood, it looks like that I can actually work with OBS and Live 2D at the same time again now. So yay! Victory! We're going to be totally making use of that this day. Wait. I think I forgot something. Did I? And not entirely. Okay. We're good. Alright. So yeah, we are continuing work on Heyoteo's model today. We have quite a couple of things still to do, but we are slowly plugging through the list. Getting everything in place. So what is on the game plan for today is to do some alternative mouth forms. So we are basically going to turn the cat lip into a toggle and have a normal humanish shape for an alternative for all of our face, or for all of our mouth forms. And then thereafter, we are probably going to quickly add a couple of additional layers for the eyes, just to get a little bit more dynamic in the eye color in terms of options there, and do some refinements to that. We'll see how long that entire process takes, because if it goes well, then we might still have time to do a couple of tweaks to the head turns thereafter as well. We'll see. So this is where we're at, and I need to make sure that CSP is off. There we go. Oh no. Just gonna minimize this. I'm just gonna minimize. That's where we left off yesterday after applying tail layers. And I'm just gonna quickly put my jacket on, because jacket is now necessary. There we go. Just like so. Just like that. Okay. So, let's just show you guys where we're at. I know I posted a work in progress a little bit earlier. Let me just put myself over there and switch that on for contrast. There we go. But we have applied our tail in its present default neutral state. It goes straight up, and that's probably not ever how it's going to behave fully, but it's useful to have that neutral state to switch between our different tail stances. And I'm just going to put it over here for a sec, actually. Up there. So we've got a little bit of physics that will apply to that. We've got the majority of our body rig pieces in place in terms of the outfit as well. We've still just got to do the tacit skirts that need physics. Those still needs to happen. And then the cape and pauldron madness as well. Our glitter on the sheer netting is working. We have incorporated a little bit of movement inside the neck as well, which is also going to be nice. And yeah, we've also got a bit of vertical movement in place too now. So a whole bunch of things slowly but certainly coming together. So we are getting closer and closer to the finish line. But yes, what we're doing now is we're looking specifically at our face shapes, because at the last point that we guys saw, everything was here in the cat lip on the mouth forms, which has its own sort of charm, I suppose. But it's not for all the time, and I'm also not necessarily happy with that collection over here. So I'm going to probably adjust all of those. But what I want to do first is I want to go grab both of those and go select, because those are the parts that we're going to want to work with. And I want us to not yet. Let's start with making further adjustments over here. So show all of our pieces over here again. Take these and move them down. And I need to be taking notes of time. Right, something like that. Remy, hello, welcome in, and thank you for the hydrate. How are you doing? Everyone, courtesy of Remy Nixira, let us all acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. Much better. Oh, shame, were you ill? Or are you okay? I was sick for a couple of days. Oh, I see. I'm glad that you're feeling better. That is indeed good news. And your Hydrate Redeem reminded me that we've got to switch on our new timer. So that's gonna go off in 30 minutes. Yep. We have a new mechanical little timer that's going to be helping us out for our Hydrate Redeems. So every half hour, a little bell is going to go off. I love the clicky sounds. It's a really, really nice little timer. I put it a little bit away from the microphone so that it's not going to annoy people who can't do continuous repetitive noise. Because I do know that that's sometimes an issue for some people. My sister has a really cute one that looks like a fox. Mine is fox shaped too! Mine is fox shaped too. It's this adorable little orange standing fox that's got this little book in its paws. Super, super cute. What a coincidence, yeah. I love we've got the same sort of... I legit laugh if we've got exactly the same timer. That would actually be hilarious. Not impossible. Not impossible. I think I posted a picture of it on my Twitter and Blue Sky a day or earlier in the week. I think it was earlier in the week, or was it last week? I can't remember. My sense of time is nowhere. My sense of time is absolutely nowhere. As soon as it arrived, I shared a picture because it was just so cute. I have a mug that is fox-shaped and another that is a fox with sakura blossoms. Ooh, nice, nice. Yeah, I have soft spots for foxes and owls and things like that. Like, I've got a hot water bottle cozy that is a knitted cozy that is owl-shaped. It's this cute grey owl. I love it. I need more goose-themed stuff. Finding goose-themed stuff is an interesting challenge. Like, the one goose-shaped object that I know of that is something that I really think everyone ought to have is the magnetic key holder, where it's got this magnet in the bottom of its beak. And then it can hold its key, and then it looks like it's holding your keys in in its beak. And then some people put a knife on that because apparently geese with knives is a thing. But like, that is that is cute. Peace was never an option. No. No. There could be more goose-themed stuff out there, but I've not actually seen much of it. Then again, I'm also notoriously bad at window shopping. A lot of the time I don't actually go looking for stuff unless I specifically need it. And only very, very recently have I bothered with the notion of getting the practical stuff to be aesthetically pleasing for me as well. I've gotten sick of being boring. I'm sure if I type in goose on Etsy, I would find a bunch of stuff. This is true. And maybe if you're lucky and you go to like a weekend market and so, you might occasionally get lucky as well. Alright. Oh, for sure. I know for my birthday this year, my sister made me a painting of a goose flying over a pond with a bell in its mouth. It's honestly super cute. Oh my word, that sounds adorable. That sounds so adorable. Oh man, that is precious. That is precious. I have it atop the fireplace for now, but I'll hang it up near my gaming setup. Ah! Nice. Let me just switch this thing on. Okay, let's do this. Copy, paste. Pull that up. Nope. Ins. Pull that up. And there. There we go. Okay, so for the mouth closed in the neutral position, that works. Now we need to still add our mouth back in all of these. So let's start with this, copy, paste. Meishing, hello, hello, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome. How are you doing, Meishing? How are you doing? I hope stream went well. What were you up to? Thank you for being here. Hi. We are doing more VTuber rigging things this day. Doing fine. I was working on my animatic for my mini YouTube anime series. Ooh, nice, nice. Fun times. A mini YouTube anime series. Wow. I am definitely going to keep my eye out for that. We might be able to release 6 animatics before year end. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm definitely going to keep my eyes open for that. Wow. That's epic. I'm definitely going to keep my eyes open for that. Oh, cool. I'll have to give it a watch? Yeah, I agree, Remy. I agree. Vote with likes. Most upvoted animatics gets priority along episode. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, okay. Interesting, interesting. Okay, I'll share that along with my people. I will definitely be sharing that along with my people. Let me write this down so that I can't possibly forget, because I do not trust my memory on the best of days. Making anime shorts. Vote with likes for long. There we go. I will hunt it down and keep and reshare that along when I find it and see it. Definitely we'll do that. Because that is the sort of thing that we love to see in the creative community, is animatics and things. Woohoo! Ah, Beishing, thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ah! Really big thank yous. I really appreciate it. Yes, the laptop is gonna be a huge help in making it such that we can expand our content a little bit, in the sense that I will then be able to do some slightly weird things like walk and talk streams from the treadmill, so you'll get slightly breathless exercising Harrier. I desperately need to exercise more, and I can think of no better way to spend my time than to do that, talking with you guys while I'm doing it. And also cooking streams. I'd like to do some cooking streams in the future as well, and I can't really haul my entire build across the kitchen. So I think if we can get the laptop sorted, we will be able to expand content in those directions, and I'm really looking forward to that. And also it will mean that I'll be able to permanently split my VTuber processing and stream encoding from graphics processors on my machine, which means we'll be able to do more, how can I phrase this, heavy duty graphics processors as part of our usual creative work here. So things should be slightly slower when we're working on Blender and things like that. So one of the things that I really want to get into soon, and very soon, is 3D animation. Like, I desperately want to get into 3D animation. I have been for a while. It's just my brain has always wanted, no, I've got to have my own models for the thing, before I get into it. And I'm probably going to need to keep on working on that with some of the free rigs that I've found along the way, and create credits and all that madness. But yeah, I feel I just threw down a lot on a graphics card update. It hurts, but very important. Yep. The 3D animation requirement is higher. It is so much higher. It is ridiculous how much processing power it takes, but yeesh. Like, I am still running on, I think the... Wait, I took a picture. I took a picture. I took a picture because I was discussing this with my family a couple of days ago when my OBS was giving grief. Yeah... Up, up, up. Yeah, I'm still running on I think GTX graphics card, still a Generation 4 card, so it's like old. It was budget possible a couple of years ago, so it struggles a little bit. But it's so far handling things okay. I do want to invest in upgrades on that front as well, but that is going to happen after laptop. Priorities. Priorities are definitely a thing. But yeah. I think... if we can get at least the processing separated with the laptop, it'll make it slightly less out of reach to do that sort of animation type stuff. Because it's a nice skill set to have, is that 3D animation. I think that if one can get used to how the rigs work, because you do need to spend time with individual rigs to get a sense of what all they're capable of. Because not all models are built the same, obviously. But I think that that will definitely be a good starting point. Yes, that was totally the sound of me losing my train of thought halfway through a sentence. That happens sometimes. Whoops. Nope. Okay, now we basically need to flip this over. Let's see, let's see. Pull that up, like so. Okay. Next, reduce that. Gotta run, we'll stop by again later. Alright, Meshing, no problem. You go do what you got to do. Thank you again for the raid, I really, really, really appreciate it. And also, once again, for the donation, seriously. Huge, huge thank yous. Thank you. But yes, go do what you need to do, and I'll catch you later, maybe. Thank you for stopping by. Now, so that works. Let's see. Next one down is gotta be this one. Now, let me just think. Let me just think real quick. Open up over here on this thing. I want to just check. Whether or not I've got certain parameters in totally the wrong places. Because I distinctly get the sense that I might. I'm just quickly opening VTube Studio on my phone. Just to see how the parameters behave in terms of mouth form and open. Because I'm now doubting something with this, and I want to make sure that I'm not being completely daft. Why is that maximum output always like ridiculously high? So if or appears middle to low, oo the oo and or are low on the range. On the smile, because that's counting how far the corners of the mouth are outward. Okay, I figured out how the math works. Okay, so this line is therefore on the wrong elevation over here. So this and that need to get swapped around. How am I going to swap those around? So, firstly, select everything. Here, we're going to go here. Copy, paste, temporarily. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. All right. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. All right. Now we need to do the same for our cat lip shape. So, copy, no, copy, and that is our hydrate timer. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Whew. I've got water. What's everyone else drinking? What's everyone else drinking? Let me set up for the next 30. There we go. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. All right. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. I'm probably going to need to make adjustments to this madness, but it's fine. Copy. Paste. 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 That one goes away. So I will do corrections to this in just a bit. And I'm going to need to put on an angry parameter now, soon. Soon being now, because at this point we are in the refinement mode of shapes. Let's call this mouth angry. No, cancel. Because I'm also going to adjust the eyebrow form on this parameter as well. I'm also going to adjust the eyebrow form on this parameter. Okay. So we're working on the neutrals. We're working on the neutral shapes. So what we want is for that to actually be that shape. So we're going to go copy, paste, because then it's O. And then this, what we're going to do is we're going to go copy, paste, and we're just going to make it slightly narrower over here. Wait. Select. Thank you. Wait. Why are you not letting me actually grab the things now? Come on. Select. We are here. Parameter. Why are you not selectable? There we go. Just a bit narrower. And I'm gonna go copy, paste. Oh. Ooh. Okay. So that is going to be those shapes in place. E. A. E. That's gonna then be here. The difference is the difference between this one and the next one up is going to be tongue position. The next one, the difference here is tongue position. Maybe a little bit. Okay, let's do this. Split the difference slightly. All right. Now grab everything related to the lower lip. Okay. It's not quite that simple then. Okay. Something like that. All right, that's those two are closer to the mark. E. E. That shape looks about right for E. That's already an O. Which needs to be there. Okay, so if we're looking at this upper section, that works. Here is still a mess. Upper section is at least looking reasonable and correct. Okay. E, O. Okay. O. Okay. Subtle differences. And then into U. And then close. So that line is correct. Here, or U, O, E, A, E. Okay. Going through all the vowels. Okay. So we were pretty on point there. So we should get something that is a bit more marginally resembling speech. Now. This should resemble speech much more. Yes, I'm totally puppeteering this by hand. Appropriately. Okay. So on our neutral form, that works and is correct. So it is that way through. In cat form, we have U, okay, we're going to start with the smiles and then also go from E all the way to U. So, E, and close. A, E, close. Okay? This is wrong. It's appropriate for the widest form on the angry. But we are not on the angry toggle, we're on the cat toggle. So, this is the shape. So, the shape. A. So this is ah. Ah is going to be ow. Okay, that'll work there. Ow. So let's grab these. Now first we go copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. It's probably wrong, but it's fine. I will correct again. Here. Copy. No. Copy. Paste. Okay. These two are going to need all of the work on the cat shape. It's fine. Let's go through this. This is from a to to a. Use this. I'll have to come back and fix the mouth backs on all of these. Okay. Me. Oh. Slightly narrower. So this is the neutral sound. It's behaving here. Well, I suppose that those frown forms are necessary. Either which way. So it should be behaving itself a little bit more appropriately, I think. Okay. So next is going to be our angry toggle. Now, this is going to be our widest, so like that. And that. As a foundation. E. Because you can get a more angry looking E, which also has that sort of a shape. E. Because the main difference is how much teeth gets shown. And I can broaden this out a little bit. Still keep the lips narrow, but just broaden them. Keep the same general shape. So those two should presently be pretty much identical. And these ones should be identical. What I am going to do though is on these ones I'm going to just take our corners and just pull them down a bit. Okay, and I'll make more neutral shape. Now what we need to do is we need to widen this bunch. Like that. Okay, then here we grab those. Oh no, come on. And that is another hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. And reset. Hope we're all holding out okay. Getting expressions to be appropriate for mouth forms is a little bit of a process, but it's worth it. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, so we're gonna come over here, grab both of those. No. Copy. Paste. 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 Here. Pull that down. Like that. Copy. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Alright, so for the frowny face, that is going to be our form for that. So now we replicate the process over here, so copy, paste, paste, and paste. Okay, grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Make it wider. Not quite. Like that. Like that. Grab you. Grab you. Make wide. Pull down. Grab you. Grab you. Pull down. Okay. Okay, so that works for those two pieces on the angry expression. Now we need to get all of the surrounding mechanisms to move along the appropriate curvatures as well. That's the next part of the job. Okay. So for our angry face toggle and our cat face toggle, that's going to be our big deal there. Let's see, where do I want to start? Probably, definitely here. Copy, paste, like that. There we go. Oh, come on. So, for that shape on the closed, we are sorted. Now to pull this through, copy, paste, copy, paste. Reduce that height because it's going to be pulled sideways a bit more. Same here, reduce that height just a smidge. Because tension is a thing. All right, that'll work. Now. Okay, that was wild. Lights just flicked for a bit. I wonder, was that electricity switching over onto battery, or was that my light bulb? Both are possible. Odysseus, hello, hello. This looks like a tasty art piece. Thank you. Yes, we are busy working on a live 2D rig for Heoteo. Making the new custom model. And it's going pretty well. We are doing some refinements to mouth forms today. Making sure that everything is in order there. Is it for like again? No, it's a VTuber model. So like me over here in the side, it is going to be used as an avatar for another live streamer. So this entire structure is going to be another live streamer's persona. I see. Yes, yes. So it's a bunch of stuff technically to put together, but it gives us a little bit of flexibility to play a character, roleplay a little bit, have something that we can create original content around, and all of those fun things. While also protecting our personal privacy and things like that. So it's good to have the options. Obviously, this is one of the more complicated sorts of avatars that a person can use, but it is still something that a lot of people find value in. Can do cool things like, you know, individualize according to whatever you find looks cool. Even if you don't want to bother with lore and all of that madness. My doormate's younger sister just came in and screamed chili dress to impress. Oh my word. Yeah, I suppose if you want to have, there are definitely people who go through the motions of playing a lot of dress up with their models. So I suppose there is a little bit of dress to impress going in there, a little bit. Especially considering that the model and persona that you put out there is pretty much the first contact that a lot of people have with you as a content creator. Having a nice visual or an interesting visual can be one of those things that a lot of people are just drawn to. You can see, okay, I like this person's aesthetic, I like this person's vibe. Perhaps they are gonna be as cool as they look, and then you stick around out of curiosity, and then you get hooked with their personality and whatever it is and their takes, whatever. And boom, before you know it, you found yourself a new streamer that you're looking forward to seeing what they're busy with. I hope you're gonna mean interesting as in detailed. Yeah, so what different people find interesting is going to be a matter of personal taste. But it could be everything from physical features to outfit design to a combination thereof. I've seen robots. I've seen the most gremlin-looking abominations. But depending on the personality, it's all just different ways of saying, okay, this is going to be a way to present myself. Because sometimes detail is something that supports a concept, and sometimes it actually distracts from it. So detail for detail's sake, sometimes can be a little bit much. But that's why having a character design that is supporting what you want to do and what you want to be perceived as is helpful. For example, this character is part of the owner's world build, in the sense that the person is writing a huge world and story, and this is one of the main characters. Because the story that is being written spans several years, this is just one potential. This is a more mature version of the character than some earlier iterations. At this point, she is taking on a bit of a leadership role in her people. So they're making a VTuber movie. Not a movie per se. I think it's going to be a book eventually. But this person does a lot of RimWorld streams, and there is a huge amount of storytelling that happens in the RimWorld series, apparently. I've personally not played it. That confuses the living daylights out of me. Resource management games just they break my brain a little bit. Yeah, this person plays a lot of RimWorld and like Star Sector type games where every session is a story-based thing, and this character is a recurring character in that story-based content as well. And also there is a book in process, if I am not mistaken. But I do know there are a couple of people that do VTuber-esque movies. So a lot of it is more animatic than like full-blown movie. I'd like to do an actual VTuber movie at some point. That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. It's ambitious, but it would be cool. Depends on how it gets put together. I would watch it. Yeah, I mean, if the story and premise for how these people who come from vastly different worlds and so on come together is put together in a cohesive way and a compelling way with good storytelling, then yeah, it could be a really cool watch. I can imagine it being easier to get right with a more corporate structure where within a wave or generation of VTubers that will have a core theme or a central concept that they all share in some way and then just have aspects of it. I can imagine in that sense it would be much easier to do a piece of writing that is cohesive for that set of characters than for independents who can literally pick whatever world build we want and then go ham with it. But it's not impossible. It's not impossible at all. So, if you are interested in lore and stories about VTubers, a lot of us actually have something called a lore video, or a couple of those lore videos. And they're usually relatively short just because production is expensive. But some really, really well produced ones that I've seen have come out of a place called Merriweather Media. And they are known for being really active in the VTuber lore rating scene. And they've done animatics for some relatively big names in the industry. And always with really good quality. So if you are interested, that is something to check out. They've worked with both independents and corporates. And they've always made good quality stuff. Also incredibly active in the webcomic scene as well. There are so many Merriweather webcomics. Not all of which are my personal taste, but they exist. My taste and my ability to determine quality are not necessarily always going to agree with one another. Because something can be incredibly high quality but still not to my taste. But yeah, that's just how things go in the world, right? I thought you said Wattpad. I don't doubt that there might be VTuber fanfiction on Wattpad. But, I'm afraid I can't tell. I have a terrible, terrible memory for a bunch of things. I can't remember at what part of my train of thought I might have said something that sounds like Wattpad to be able to correct myself there. Whoops. I just have a thing where my ears basically hallucinate. Ew, I see, I see, I see. Now, let me do this. That ain't gonna work. Okay, so this is going to need, I don't want to have to use an interval. Unless I do this. Okay, I'm going to need to do this. Tighten this up this way. And that is time for another hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Alright, there we go. And set the timer for round number next. There we go. There we go. That'll do the trick. That'll do the trick. It kind of looks like vodka now that I think about it. Yeah, that particular glass does have sort of the right shape, I guess. All right, got it. Next, this one's going to have a similar issue. Mm-hmm. It's within reason. Copy. Yep. Copy. Paste. Split the difference. Copy. Paste. There we go. Okay, slowly but certainly we're getting there. So that is the top lip corrections on our neutral, or our baseline mouth forms. Now we need to do the same thing for angry mouth forms. Go through the list again. Are those the same? Yes. So copy, paste. I have Epic the Musical stuck in my head. I have known a lot of people who have had Epic stuck in their head on repeat. It is, it's a big deal. It's a lot to have stuck in your head. Personally, and I know I'm going to get probably a lot of gasps from this. I have not actually listened to any Epic the Musical at all. I know it exists because I've got a lot of people that I'm following that are singer sort of people, and they've been doing covers of it for months. But like, I haven't got any cohesive idea of what it's about. I've never heard any of the originals. I don't even know where to go find the stuff. Yeah. You must. Yeah, it's on the to-do list. It's just not been I just haven't been able to bring it up past page. Yeah, I don't even know how many of my priority list. At the moment, my to start list grows every week. I feel bad because I'm not even getting around to watching stuff by the people that I want to support most actively, and it bothers me. Or even just having it play in the background. I'm just not getting around to searching it up and actually hitting the play button on it. Like, I'll line it up on my YouTube. I'll line up a VOD. And I will have it there, and then proceed to sit in abject silence for the next 4 hours, having had not hit the play button. For some obscure reason, I don't even know why. It frustrates the living daylights out of me that that's the thing that I do. Probably for fear of not being able to actually sit through the thing in one go and appreciate it in one go. I can't stand it that it's a thing that I do. I honestly can't stand it. Because then I just eventually sit there thinking, I could have had been, but just didn't. I don't even necessarily like sitting in silence. That happens to me too. Yeah. I imagine it's something that happens with a lot of people, actually. Okay, that is gonna be the top, I think. On angry face. Now let's just confirm on cat face that we're all good. Okay. Next thing that I need to check is going to be our lip highlight. Okay. And we started with a cat shape, so we should be okay to leave that as is. Alright. Okay. Next is going to be the mouth back. That needs to be corrected according to everything. Okay. We're on neutral. Okay. So let's start. Was that bunch? There we go. Thank you! Timing is fantastic. Greatly appreciated. I just got a delivery of coffee! Yay! And we are 13 minutes out from the next hydrate reminder. Little sister is back and now wants to know if you play Roblox. I don't. I don't play Roblox. It's one of those things that I know it exists, but that's about where it ends. I have no idea what it even is, except that there's a lot of safety concerns for minors actually about that platform. That's the thing that I know most about Roblox, is that there's a lot of safety concerns regarding it at the moment. There we go, there we go. Streak saved! Well done, Toaster! And thank you for the save reminder. So everyone, if you are busy working on something alongside me, this is a reminder courtesy of Stale Toaster. Let's hit the save button. That sounds like a really good idea. Thank you. Thank you for the save reminder, Toast. How are you doing? How are you doing? How long has it been since you saved? Too many hydrate reminders ago. too many hydrant reminders ago. I cannot remember. So it was. I knew that I was thinking about I should probably hit the save button, and then I didn't. So thank you. I'm doing well. I saw I missed a stream yesterday and I felt sadness. Oh no. Yeah. Yesterday's stream, I don't think you actually missed much. Really? No, you didn't. What we did was we did replacement art layers for the skirt, which I see needs to be remeshed for the 3rd time today. And we did art layers for the tail. And then earlier today, offline, I did a couple of postures for the tail as well. And put physics on that. So that's what happened yesterday. We were gonna start playing Where Winds Meet, but I've pushed that out until next Wednesday, once I've actually, you know, delivered on my deadline, because next Wednesday is when I have to have this model done and delivered. So, Guilty Conscience said, Harrier, are you sure you want to be playing a game when you've got this thing due in a week? Guilty Conscience 1. It's already screaming at me that I'd better make huge progress on this tomorrow and Saturday, because otherwise Guilty Conscience is not going to be happy with me doing combat style analysis day on Sunday. Instead of this. So we'll see. This entire week has basically been, I have a schedule, but I'm ignoring it anyway. So, we'll see what happens in the long run, right? Undo. It's been a long week for me. Yeah, it has been a long week in general. I have had so many things break and be broken when I really didn't need them to this week. And let's just say that it has put me emotionally on edge, to be phrased lightly. Okay, now if I go copy, paste, that should work. There we go. Once I've got the mouth back in place, in all of the right mouth forms, it'll be a lot easier to do the repair work on the head turns. And make sure that everything works as we need it to. I knew that doing these corrections were going to take a while, because it is an involved process. But it is going pretty well, I think. We've been streaming for 2 hours and 14 minutes. What's the weirdest thing you've seen this week? I can actually show you the weirdest thing I've seen this week. If you don't mind nightmare fuel. In exactly 2 vertices, 3 vertices time. Hey, and on the hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let us take a sip while I show you guys the weirdest thing that I've seen this week. Prepare for nightmare fuel. That means the vodka is back? Oh boy. Yeah. VTuber mouth interiors that are not yet rigged. That is the weirdest thing that I've seen this week. Specifically, when you start doing that. The work in progress nightmare fuel. That is weird. Yep. Yep. VTuber mouth interiors are wild when they are still in progress. Let me just think here. Where was I? Right, I need to just hide those layers. while I continue putting the mouse back in place. Right. So we are here. Copy. Paste. Undo. Copy. Paste. Grab you two. Come on. Bring that up. Bring those two up. Bring this slot down. And you. And you. And this slot. Next batch. Next batch. Next. Next. And next, there we go. Session, hello, thank you for the stretch, welcome in. How goes? And 5 push-ups, thank you. I will take that work. I need it. Let me just get this last row centered-ish, ish. That's 1, 2, 3. So those two need to line up like that. Okay. Alright, so stretch and push-ups. We can do that. We can do that real quick. Stretch. Okay. Now, for those of you who are not familiar, I am a weakling. So I am not doing on the ground push-ups because it hurts my back. So I am doing a broad stance angled desk push-up basically, because it's what I can do, because trying to push yourself and hurting yourself in the process is not a way to get progress when it comes to exercises. So let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, I need to ask you something later involving my design. Yeah, sure, no problem. You can send me a DM at any point in time. You don't need to ask my permission. You don't need to give me a forewarning about it. And yeah, if you have already sent something, then let me just check if you have already sent something, if I've just missed it because I'm dumb. Or preoccupied. Preoccupied is probably the better word. No, okay, it has not. a DM has not landed. What has happened is an unexpected wave of new stuff there, but okay. Never mind that. I will get back to that later. Thank you, Minifred. Okay. But yeah, we can definitely chat about your design stuff later. Because I believe there is still a lot of scope for making adjustments in this stage in the exercise. Oh, because your model is number next on my priority list, basically. After delivering Teo and getting a couple more iterations out on, or getting more ideas down for iterations for Zany. So all is well. Oh, I forgot to put on my timer. So next round, 30 minutes, begin. There we go. And more coffee, because I'm not yet done having coffee right now. It is at a drinkable temperature, so I do not want to have it still with us by the time the next hydrate reminder goes, because otherwise it'll then be cold and then I will be sad. But yes, we are doing pretty well so far on this, I think. Nope, undo that. Bring that down. Bring those up. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Now, I know this presently looks super, super creepy. However, it is going to be pretty much all teeth at this parameter junction, so we're not gonna get this sense of creepypasta smile. All right. Now I've got a bunch of fixing to do here. Why did we have this one again? Alright, it was to get the transition shape on the frowning side of the line. Copy. Paste. Nope. Bring that up. Grab you. Bring that up. Bring that out. Bring that down. Like that. Something like so-ish. Okay, that works. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go copy, paste, move this up, scale that up, scale that out. Scale that out. Scale that out. No. Grab you. Grab you. Pull up. Grab the slot. Make wide. Make flat. Make lower. Okay. Copy. Paste. Make narrow. Make tall. Make short. Make tall. Copy. Paste. narrow. Tall. Like that. How did I manage to completely lose this shape? Okay. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Paste. Okay. Drop those. Drop those. Compress slightly. Grab you. Grab you. Drop down. Grab you. Grab you. Drop down. Grab you. Grab you. Shrink down. And drop. There we go. Slowly but certainly we're making good progress. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, and before I forget again, coffee. Before it's completely cold. And I think I'm also gonna hit the save button now that I'm thinking about things that I've not been thinking about intentionally. That's maybe not a bad idea as well, is to hit the save button. Just need to check here. Okay. Okay. Noted and noted. Just some stuff on Beacon that I needed to pay attention to. Okay, now that's handled. Next, let's just see. What's the next area that has got issues that needs resolving? Is this. Okay. So we're going to start by going copy and paste with everything. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. It's a good foundation, but there's overlap still, so let's handle that. Copy that. No. Copy that. Paste. Copy. Paste. Alright, getting there, getting there. Undo, undo. Okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. I'm still here, by the way. No stress, no stress. We do not mind lurkers. We do not mind lurkers here. We are all about doing shared productivity. So whatever it is you're busy doing, this is a stream or a place where we encourage people to be productive in whatever it is that they need doing at the time. As a wise man once didn't say, productivity is key. Well, productivity is useful. Productivity is useful. Whether it is key, it depends on your point of view. and what your goal of a certain session might be. If that productivity is something that's got a measurable outcome or not, if you are learning a thing, if you are plugging away at a creative study of some description, if you've got a work piece that you've got to deliver on, like I do, or anything along those lines. While we're here, it's nice to be able to have a space where we can still just not feel quite so alone while we're working at it, whatever it may be. Come on, I don't want to need to eat another one. Okay, so how am I going to handle that then? Like this. Okay, so now we get rid of those two. And those two. Move those down. Grab those two. Okay, we're slowly starting to get through this. So those 4 are the ones that are problematic still. Show. Like that. Okay. That's in the safe boundary. Okay. Whew. We're gonna have a similar problem here. Yep. Okay. So, we grab that. Copy. Paste. Paste. Yeah. Reduce that. Mm-hmm. Take the entire thing and pull it down a smidge. Needs to come down lower. Oh, half of the problem is on this side still, so okay. Okay, so this is all still on this side of the issue. Need to address that. Okay, so now if I put that there and like so, that is infinitely better. But still not quite right. Because we have still got issues. And that is another hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. And where's the... I've got a problem. I've got a symmetry problem. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I have symmetry issues. No. Undo, undo, undo. Be gone with the coffee because it is now cold. No. I forgot about it again, and it was right in front of me. Ah! But now it is gone. Okay. Let me see. Ah, that's where the symmetry issues begin. There, that one is included. There it was not. So, come down and compress. Angle. Pull that out. Pull that up. That works. That's in acceptable margins. Copy, paste, split the difference, copy, paste, minor tweaks. Okay. Copy, paste, copy, paste. Nice. Copy, paste, copy, paste. So that section at least works. Still much to be repaired. Before I forget again, let's reset our timer. Here we go. Do 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 do. In the heat of battle, at the edge of the unknown, somewhere in the shadow lives an agile, deadly foe. Are you quoting the song stuck in your head again? Perchance, are you quoting the song stuck in your head? Because that is specifically poetic. Yes, I am. I see. I had a gut feeling that that was what was happening there. Yeah, okay, so this, what I'm going to need to do, is I'm going to start with, this is my foundation, and I'm going to go copy, paste, make wide, make every here slightly shorter. Okay. Now what I need to do is I need to build a bit of an arch into this, so and I need I just needed to make a quick note about another layer that I need to draw to add in as well that I'm missing still. Okay, there we go. Now, copy. Paste. Make narrow. Paste. Copy. Paste. It's closer to the mark. Okay. Split the difference. Copy. Paste. Bring that up. Bring that in. Bring that in. Bring that in. Up. And up. And up. There we go. So that line works. This one is still problems. Copy. Paste. It would help if I actually copied the entire thing. Copy. Paste. Pull that up. Pull that in. Like that. Grab you. Make tall. Like so. So that line works. That line works. That line works. That line works. And that one works. So if I go here, theoretically, now I shouldn't have any weird breakages on this one. Okay. So angry, is basically set. Neutral still has issues. Neutral still has issues over here. Okay. Neutral definitely still has issues. And cat. Has issues. So it's this section that needs repair work across the board. Okay. I gotta go get dinner. See ya. Okay. Enjoy your food. Hope it's tasty. Thank you for stopping by. Almost got this. So now it's these three that are major. Chaos contenders. compress it more. Okay, so those work. Next is the next pair, just for security. Okay, that works, that works, that works, that works, that works, that works. Okay. Slowly but certainly making good progress. Alright. Now, that is in cat. Now let's see how this behaves in neutral. Because this is also where the issue would come in. Slightly with those three. So compress. Undo like that. Okay, we got that sorted. Okay. Whew, slowly but certainly we're making that. We're getting there, we're getting there. So, if we go through here, here is an issue. Where is here? So next is we grab those two. Compress. And pull down. And compress more. Reduce the outside one. Compress and pull down more. Next batch of 3 on either side. Compress, pull down. Outer one of each of those. Pull that down. Pull that down. Open. That is acceptable. Okay. Now these two. Like that. Okay, so that should cover our neutral mouth forms in terms of the mouth back. We shouldn't have any more issues here. Alright, let's check the angry forms. Specifically down here, because this is where the most of the chaos is likely to happen. Okay, angry forms look good. Angry forms look okay. Cat. Okay, we've got issues on cat. So, copy, paste. Split the difference. Not yet, because this one is still wrong. So that line is okay. That line is okay. This one needs help. Those two come down. Those two come down and go out. Those two come down and go out. Those two go out. Okay. This entire bunch flattens significantly. That goes down. That goes down. That goes down. And that goes down. This entire bunch comes down. Minus you. Lost. Okay, that bunch. This gets compressed like that, and that bunch. Comes down. You and you come down. This entire line. Okay, so that line now works. Which means you ought to be able to now take a split between those two, and that is the next hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Whew. I'm almost out of water. No. Copy. Yep. Split the difference here. Copy. Paste. Okay, it still needs help. It still needs significant help. Okay, fine. Fine. No. Okay, next, these. Now, these are non-symmetrical. Joy. That is a problem. That is a problem. So, we're gonna do this. Copy. Paste. Completely destroy the thing, right? And rebuild it this way. Okay, I don't know why that worked, but okay, cool. We are now within slightly more acceptable parameters there. Let's check for breakages. Okay, that works, that's fine. Now up here. We're good. Okay, mouth forms. Conquered, I think. So let's just go through here. I want to put this on pattern B. Preview. Random pose. Okay. Just checking that it's not gonna do the weird madness. Pattern A. Posing. Let's see. You know what? I forgot to put on my timer again. Okay. So I've got a couple of minor issues on the lip. In some positions. Where the lip is clipping through. beyond that, it looks like we're mostly there. Yeah, it looks like it's just a couple of clipping issues. And I can resolve that by putting an inverse mask on the mouse back. And that should resolve all of the clipping issues. Nope, because I see I've still got some problems. Oh, you know why? You know why I've got problems? Set random pose. Mouth. Do not have those checked. Because why? We can only have one applied at a time. Yep, that looks like it's resolved all of the issues. Okay. Not quite. There's still something on the neutral. There's still an issue on the neutral. Okay. So, we're on neutral. It looks like it's on the open. Ah. Okay, here. Here's the issue. Here's the issue. Ah, gotcha. Copy. Paste. Take that. Flatten that that way. Shrink that down. Flatten that up. There we go. This bunch. Like so. Rising Legend, hello, hello! It's been ages since I last saw you. I see you appear to be winging it. Yeah, we are indeed. It's good to see you, Rai. How you doing? How you doing? We are indeed winging it a little bit. Working on the model for Hailtail. Making sure that we've got all of the mouth forms fully functional before we start doing the next batch of things. And I think we've now gotten the last bug on the mouth back. I'm alright, decided not to sleep today. Oh no, I kind of just wanted some more time to do some things. Well, I hope that you get through your things that you need to do. And that you will have an opportunity to nap once you have achieved what you set out to achieve. Because sometimes when you're in the zone, it's okay to just not sleep, but then you regret it later. So I hope you get a chance for a nap later. Okay, so I'm happy that the neutral face is good. Let's switch on the cat face and let's see how that behaves now. I'm likely gonna pass out tomorrow, honestly. Yeah, I know that feeling. I know that feeling. I'm off from work today and tomorrow. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Then it sounds like you might just have the opportunity to cash in on that little extra snush. Absolutely. Yeah. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. So, cat seems to be behaving itself. And angry. Lower lip line. The lower lip shadow needs correction. Because it's going up and down and compressing strangely. Okay, so that's something that needs checking. And why is the mouth open parameter not testing? It's just decided not to test the mouth open parameter. Okay. But anyways, let's check this one now in everything. We're looking basically for preservation of volume. Toaster, thank you for the save. Everyone, if you're busy working on something, courtesy of Stale Toaster, please hit the save button now. To be honest, I didn't have to do the things by skipping sleep, I just wanted to. I feel like I felt like binging anime and I have a little bit of an itch to work on something. And a little bit that I haven't worked on in years. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I can understand definitely wanting to binge the series now that you got a break to do so. That I totally get. And when you've got that creative itch to just... when you've got those long-term projects that you just want to just poke around on every now and again, and that little urge says, oh, I want to work on this thing now. Yeah, I get you. That is... definitely not something to ignore. Harrier, I forgot to mention, says Toaster. My mascot is now officially complete with his appearance. Yay! After going through many styles and appearances, it has been settled. Yay! You have a mascot! Is it a toaster? It is a toaster! Yes! I guessed right, I did! His name is Chardo. Oh my word, I love that name. I love that name. Ah! And over on YouTube, Rai says it's indeed long-term. Fun fact, growing as a VTuber is only just one of many steps towards many goals I have. You know what? As a creative, I respect that. I am in the same boat. I can safely say that the Harrier you see is part of something bigger. What exactly, you will see in due time, but it is something bigger that is in process. But Toaster, oh my word. Chardo, oh my word. That is brilliant. Rai says I'll let you in on a little secret. Ooh, secret. There are presently 6 people on Twitch who are joining us for your secrets, Rai. But please do share. I'm curious. Or at least according to my little window it says 6 people. Hi everyone. Toaster says he has a silly face, a small chomp on his ears, RGB lights, and since his species of toaster is based off of my name, he is a tail toaster. A tail toaster. I am sensing in that description so many puns potentially. I have to see this mascot. Oh, I have to see this mascot. One moment, I shall post him in the server. Yay! May we show the cute mascot on stream? Or is it still something you would like to be kept mostly private? Ooh, Rice says, ever since high school, I started working on creating my own trading card game from scratch. Wow. I do tend to go on and off working on it often, but I don't intend to outright quit working on it. Ooh. Ooh. Game design. Nice. That having something like that sounds like a really, really cool project. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of missed the entire trading card thing as a formative part of my existence, because it was never really a thing in my area. And by area, I mean I don't think I ever saw anything marginally resembling a trading card until like 3 years ago. It was just no point in bringing them into my country, it felt like. But that sounds like a really cool thing. I hope that you manage to get a solid gameplay mechanic going for that as well, because trading cards, in terms of just having a collectible, is all well and nice and good. But if there's an actual gameplay aspect that you can work with as well, nice. Nice. I graduated in 2017, but I started in my freshman year, so about 2013. I've been working on over 10 years and making it now. That was my original plan before I found out about VTubing. Ooh. Okay, so we have a visual on Charter. Let me just do this. Okay. Okay, that is cute. That is cute. He is the physical form of gremlin energy. I had a feeling there would be a little bit of Catloaf vibes when you mentioned the ears and the tail. It's a cool toaster. It's a cool toaster. Now my plan is to use VTubing to grow an audience so that eventually I can have an audience to present it to once I'm ready to make it public. Yeah, you know what? That is fair. Having a product that you're building up towards being able to release is definitely, as far as a business mindset goes, definitely a good solid plan. Definitely a good solid plan there. Yeah, I've also got my big long project is also something I've been working on for like a decade as well. I think, no, closer to 12 years? 12 years? I think I've been working on it for about as long as I've been on the internet, which is about as long as I've been streaming. I don't know. One big problem though, some of my files have gotten corrupted, so oh no, so there's stuff that you've got to redo. Ugh. That sucks. I got some hoops I gotta jump through. I hope that you are able to restore everything. Or at least get what you need in place to be able to recover it appropriately. The current BGM sounds so familiar to me, but I can't quite put my finger on it. It's a Dover syndrome track, so it could have been used in any number of projects. Because it's one of those that is free to use for commercial and non-commercial projects, and attribution isn't required necessarily. But you can find the link for it in the YouTube video description. You'll find the link to the exact track there. But it could have been used in any number of places. Including game projects, potentially. I have no idea. I thought it was from a game or something, to be honest. Like I just said, it could have potentially found its way into a game. Anything is possible. Okay. Now this one I should be able to copy positions directly from normal, because it's going to have literally exactly the same lower lip shapes. Or mostly the same lower lip shapes. Alright, and that is time for a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. There we go. I was in a hurry to breathe. That did not end well. Hello there. Ew-wee. Sure. When did it become almost midnight UTC? Good grief. Down the wrong pipe? Well, it tickled the top of the wrong one. Let's just phrase it that way. Luckily, I managed to stop myself from inhaling at just the right moment to avoid complete and utter disaster. Grahazek, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Because I've experienced so many different trading card games, I have a lot of inspiration and ideas to try and incorporate from other games to try and make mine better. But to be honest, nothing is set in stone. Yeah, in the development stage of any project that has mechanics, it's a matter of assimilation of what you like and seeing what fits together, right? It's like building an art style. You observe how a whole bunch of other people did it, decide, ooh, this looks nice, let me try and do it myself and make it my own. It's exactly the same sort of principle. After all these years, the gameplay mechanics still aren't fully decided. Yeah, that I can understand that. As one goes through the process, things take time to settle. Especially when you start with a high school project. It takes a long time to settle. From first idea to a framework that is even marginally usable. And when you've got that first marginally usable framework, from there, with a more mature mindset that comes usually after a decade of working on a thing, then one can start actually revisiting, refining, cutting all the ideas that don't fit, saving those ideas that don't fit in a graveyard document of some description so that it's not lost to the ether for all eternity. You know? And make something better. The cutting of ideas that don't work is probably, for a lot of creatives, one of the hardest things to do. But it is an important process because it's part of knowing, yes, an idea might have been born from a certain project, but it might fit better in something else, or in a different place, or with a different person. So now I've been phrasing that very much like writing, because that's where my experience with long-term projects lies, is with writing things. But I'm pretty sure it ought to work similarly when it comes to things like game mechanics. at least on a shorter term, I know that it's definitely a thing that happens in the game development pipeline. Because it's a case of throw all of the cool ideas on a board and see what sticks. Actually, any team creative project is the case of, okay, everyone, throw your best ideas at the board and see what sticks. Actually, don't even throw all of your best ideas. Even throw your bad ideas. Maybe it'll turn out into something funny. If you combine it with the right other thing. You know? Doesn't matter if an idea is any good or not. If you have the idea, write it down. Because it might spark another idea. Which might be the right tool for the job. Okay, so I think we've now got the mouth exterior shapes functional. I am happy that the mouth exterior shapes are now behaving like how I want them to behave, I think. Rice says, my biggest priority with making this game is making absolutely sure that I try to minimize the chances of players not being able to do anything on any of their turns. Yeah. Yeah, that balancing, oosh, I can imagine that being an issue. To be stuck in a paralyzed state. Because all possible maneuvers are illegal. There's got to be at least a loophole of some description, and that is definitely, I can imagine, especially the larger the roster of cards in your deck or cards in your library. If I can phrase it that way, because your deck and your library might not necessarily be the same thing. But yeah, if you, the more cards in your library, I can imagine definitely the harder the balancing issues become on that front. And maintaining playability. I can totally imagine that being an issue. Hello on YouTube as well, Grazik. Thank you for dropping by there too. I appreciate it. Okay. So, I'm happy mouth exterior layers are functional and operational and behaving without breaking. Victory! That is the first victory of this day. We're here! So, scratch that off of the to-do list. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Switch that off, because we don't need that anymore. So we said that if we still have time at the end of fixing the mouth, we would start looking at head turns. I have about 20 minutes left on the hydrate timer. Was that we'd start looking at fixing head turns. But I think I might want to do the additional eye layers first. So let me just hit the save button. My big beef with some other card games is the lack of ability to draw cards, sometimes running out of options, having turns where all you can do is nothing but pass a turn without playing anything. Yeah, that I can definitely imagine being a pain. Like, I do feel like having the option in your turn to at least expand your option set in some way or shape or form is necessary. And I can wholeheartedly agree with that, because if you have limited capacity, really, I can totally imagine it being a pain when you get play locked. I'm basic when it comes to my experience of card games. I can never remember the rules of poker for more than like 5 minutes at a time. I know my brother has tried to teach me poker so many times. Every time I forget how it works. The card game I grew up with was Rummy. And that one, every turn you pick up. The turn ends when you put down. Straightforward. What you do between picking up and putting down, that is where the game happens. But you pick up on every turn because you've only got so many options. And sure, I know Rummy is very much not anyway near the complexity of a trading card game, but having the capacity to expand your hand in every set is just important. You just reminded me of something important I could say. Write it down, please! That is... yes. I am glad I could potentially be of marginal service. And my noobish know-nothingness regarding card games. Alright, let me just close there. I want to go to head layers. I can switch the front hair on again there so that we can just see. I want to go collapse the front hair. I want to go into the head. I want to go into the eyes. Come over here to where all of our eye layers are. One of the card games I grew up with was Uno. Yeah, Uno had a very, very, very brief lifespan in my household. It kind of hit... probably towards the end of the period of time where I actually had the time to play card games. So I think if I have played Uno I think I can remember... If I think about lifestyle, I can't imagine that I have played Uno more than 60 times, and all of them were against my brother. You know what? No wonder. There we go. I'm also trying to make sure that that as per some cards, making sure cards explain what they are supposed to do and what the player is able to do. In short, incorporating some of the rules on some of the actual cards. Yes. There is nothing worse than having a player who is new and there are rules and you cannot find them to refer to know what your card is actually capable of doing. Oof. That I wholeheartedly agree with that point. Like, limitations, scope. I approve of that. Like, if an action is going to be blocked or incompatible with any other action, having that be noted in some way, shape, or form, even if it's a symbol on the thing, so that there is a reference cue somewhere, a key somewhere that you can reference to see, okay, if I see this symbol, it means that this is incompatible with this, that, and the next other rule set or other action. Then yay. It's a victory. Unlock that. I just want to see back on Live 2D. Clipped to the Slayer. And I want to see show model image. This needs additional information around the edges. So let's make it work. Other than Uno, I can't recall any standard card games I ever played when I was growing up. Yeah, unless a parent actively teaches you card games, I couldn't imagine that having childhood card games might be a little bit of a weird thing to at the very least, if not weird, an unfamiliar thing for a lot of folk. For example, a card that has a rule saying your deck may only be composed with cards from a certain suit, let's call it that. Take the card game Future Card Buddy Fight, for example. Flag cards state your deck can only contain cards from something like Dragon World, also generic cards. Okay, so that means if you've got a rule like that, it implies that whatever you've got in your playable hand, you need to be able to filter out everything else from your library to build your deck out of only that thing. Which means there needs to be a option to basically reshuffle your entire loadout depending on the context of what gets played. It's a deck building rule. Ooh, okay. Meaning when you're building the deck in general, your deck can only contain cards from the world, like bad card names and generic cards. Okay. So that's a totally different sort of mechanic. And that's got to be something that's determined before the game starts, I suppose. Correct, okay. Must be done during the deck building process. Okay. Okay. So I see. That was going to be bothering me for the next goodness alone knows how long. Call this one shade 1 gradient. If I can just write this nicely. Hide you, gradient, like that. There we go. Another example for a rule being stated on the card. Look at Yu-Gi-Oh! You're only able to normal summon once per turn, but there's nothing on your field telling you that rule. I have watched people play Yu-Gi-Oh! On a stream before, and it confused the living daylights out of me, because like how do you know? How in that game do you know? That game confuses the living daylights out of me, honestly. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. So the solution is have a card that starts out on the field right away that has an ability telling the players the rule. I think the context of that might be something to become accustomed to, but I can see that being useful. I actually quit playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Years ago. I just thought it was a good example. Look, I do not mean to throw shade at anyone who does play the game in any way, shape, or form. I just personally find it horribly confusing. Never understood those kind of card games. Yeah, it's the sort of thing that... How can I phrase it? A trading card game is to card games like... a high-skill Souls-like is to video games, I suppose. There's stuff that you play that's casual, and then you get one wrong move and you're flattened. It's that's my understanding here. There is a player base for both the casual sort of a card game, like Rummy, and for the in-depth, high tactical think or you are going to be annihilated type card games, like in a TCG. The player base for both exists. If you've got someone who is used to playing TCGs, Rummy is gonna feel like, how is this even a game? It's so easy. There is no strategy here. I'm not familiar with Souls-likes. Yeah, I'm familiar with them in concept. I have not played any that I know specifically have that categorization. Like, I know that I've played some games very, very briefly, which are more skill dependent than others. For example, the battle mechanics in Wuthering Waves versus the big battle mechanics in Genshin Impact was a difference. But in terms of how it feels and your skill operations and how the controls respond is definitely different. But I can't really necessarily say that I've got any experience playing a quote-unquote Souls-like game. Like, I don't know what all is categorized thoroughly that way. If I have actually played any. Why? Because I am not well versed when it comes to knowing what genre of thing I interact with. No. Same mostly. I have only a couple of positive things to say about the game still. I'm assuming you're meaning Yu-Gi-Oh! One, I can't lie, there's some art in the game that I really like, and two, I think the extra deck is a cool concept. Fair. Valid points. Good art is a nice sell point. There is no denying that. People like looking at pretty pictures. Three, some mechanics are kinda cool looking, but poorly executed. Rahazik. I cast Fireball and incinerate my opponent's deck. Does that work? Now there's an interesting question, because that could be interpreted in two ways. Either it means you literally set their cards on fire, in which case you might get disqualified from any tournaments. Alternatively, it could be a play rule on a specific card that when you play it, they need to quote-unquote burn whatever is in their hand and pick up a whole new handful of cards out of their deck. It depends on how the rules of how many you've actually got access to at any one point in time to play out of, how that setup works, I suppose. Semantics at play in full force. Police, police! Oh. Oh dear. Okay, I think that is... that section pretty much sorted. Now what I want to do... is go lashes. No. Eye shine lashes. There we go. Challenge a dragon to a duel, then pulls out a deck device and cards, and the dragon uses flame breath and device and cards. Oh no! Fun fact, in one season of the Card Fight Vanguard TCG anime, there was actually moments where some of the players' cards got burnt to ashes. Yep, I can believe that being a thing. Where does the Slayer end? Over here. Okay. Hide the lashes. Hide the iris. Come on. There were these cards called Zeroth Dragons. If the player that used them lost the fight after unleashing them, their extra deck would burn to ashes. Ooh. In the world of Card Capture Sakura, her cards literally manifest spells or magical entities and beasts. This is a very different kind of thing, but yeah, I can imagine that having implications. I think I, at one point many years ago, started to read the manga for Card Capture Sakura, but I never got particularly far. I think I read like 2 chapters. Am I being the dumb? Yes, I am being the dumb. Cool. That's gonna look a lot shinier. That's gonna look a lot shinier. Funny thing that also happens in the future card buddy fight TCG anime. Oh my word. That's the thing with anime. They have to have stakes for the card games that they are trying to promote that are a little bit more aggressive than the IRL rule set. Or at least a little bit more vicious than the IRL rule set. Otherwise it doesn't make for compelling storytelling for why does this card game hold any actual sway on the state of reality. Okay. Exactly. Yeah. It's just got to do with believability to a degree at the end of the day. Okay. I'm happy that those layers are going to be problem solving. So now I'm just going to go recent. Where is the PSD? Wrong one. I want to go to the base. Base.psd. That's the one I was looking for. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. I want you. Get rid of that layer because we're not going to use it. Copy those. Paste. Now it looks like we've got basically nothing going on in here, but there is method to the madness. Copy. Paste. Apply the mask. Um, so now we hit the save button here. And we hit the save button here. And it's gonna be a little bit janky for a moment while it saves. Oh no! We didn't go janky. Yay! It's amazing what happens when you don't have junk hiding in the system. Okay, so this should have updated a couple of things and also introduced a couple of new things. So we are going to grab all of this. And pull this in here. So that goes there. And that becomes an additive layer, like so. These go in here. And suspicion confirmed. I'm gonna delete those two. Grab that, copy. Paste. Okay. Now, find new, collapse everything else. Drop you in there. Hide you, hide you, hide you. Hide you temporarily as well. Okay. Just make sure that we've got this lined up nicely. All right. Paste. Okay. Get rid of those. Come over here. Hide you. Hide the face. Hide the lashes. Hide you. Hide you. Hide you. Hide you. Invert selection, delete. Delete. Okay. Copy. Paste. Save. All right. Minimize that. And I'm going to actually delete that layer in its entirety because it's not going to behave the way I want it to. And I'll do the cleanup on the file list a little bit later. Of course it would do that because there are layers that do not exist. So instead, we go add as new art mesh. There we go. Grab those two. Pull them in there. And they belong there. Let's just make sure I have not got bleed. On that color. There we go. Copy. Paste. Okay. Paste. All right, Now, copy. Clear, paste. And if we're lucky, this should now still behave the way I want it to. Yes. Great. Okay, so now that should be able to recolor nicely for either side. Now what I want to do is I want to go to our base color and I want to just go back to our swatches, copy that hex code. No, that is going to be for our highlight color. So yes, it is that color. Yes. Okay. Highlight needs to be that color. Next one. Copy. The base needs to be that color. Base gradient needs to be copy. Okay. That color. The boundary needs to be that color. And the boundary gradient needs to be that color. Now, why is this deformed? Clear it. Same here. We're going to put all of these inside another warp deformer. This is going to be iris detail XY. Create. Right, and that's going to be there. Let's make this 10 by 10. Okay, and now we correct the curvature. Alright, now if we go there, it almost works. We just need to stretch this a little bit further that way as well, so that when we are in the middle we have not got bleed. Okay, so there's that, and then vertically, same deal. Nice curve. Motion mirroring, let's see. Flip vertically. Okay, connect those. Synth corners. Okay. Connect. Sorted. Not quite, because this needs to stretch down for clipping. Resynth. And wait. Place. Yeah. Like so. Okay, now what I need to do is I need to come into these and I need to add an extra layer of deep information. Show modeling. Copy. Alt. Scale down. Paste. Copy. Paste. 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 Nearly got this for today. Conquering the iris is going to be our last job for this day, I think. Um, and this also needs to get clipped to this layer. That first needs to go into the visibility toggle there. And copy, paste. Let's see. You know what? There's one more thing that we need to do. Glue. And now it should be stuck nicely in the right place. Except I've got one issue. That one. Unbind. And that one, unbind. Okay, so now we come in here. We've almost got it. Okay. Now I need to determine, is this going to be above or below the shade line? I feel like below the shade line looks good. Because then we don't actually lose the shade line. Okay. Let's go closing B. Save! Thank you, Toaster. Let us do just that. Catgirl Harrier. No, I'm not linking it to my current tracking at the moment because I'm scared that that's going to break things. But yeah, I'm definitely going to need to do some corrections to the head turns because there's some things here that's bugging me quite significantly. Chief among which include the shaping of the cheek. The positioning of the nose, the shape and the angle positioning of the mouth on the sides and the extremes. Those are major points. Is it safe to assume that you don't save as often as you should if I don't pop into stream? Yes. Please remember, my entire bit is forgetful burb. If I do not have reminders, I will forget. Almost guaranteed. Practically guaranteed. But okay. I'm happy now with the eyes. They are tracking how I want them to track. They're behaving like how I want them to behave. If I go that, it's behaving like how I want it to. does a 6-hour stream and closes all the programs but doesn't save once. If nothing else, I do check for the little asterisk in the file tab before I hit the close button. I do check. But yeah, I have done that dumb before. I have totally done that dumb before. I have totally done that dumb before. Yeah, I have done that dumb before. Okay, so I'm gonna call it here for today because it is in fact that time of the day where I need to call it quits. Otherwise, I'm going to be here till sunrise again. So everyone, thank you so much for joining me. I really, really, really appreciate it. We got a lot done in terms of fixing the mouth, getting the eyes nice and shiny and sparkly like. And that was a huge job. So thank you for joining me for that. I will be seeing you again on Sunday evening for the second batch of reanalysis fights, combat style analyses based off of your character designs. This batch is still of those that ran in the event that I ran in the Donathon that I didn't get through everyone. So batch 2 is going to be happening there. And it's going to be about 10 people, I think, in the batch, because that's more or less how many we got right the previous time, is about 10 people. So the next batch of 10 is happening on Sunday. The following Sunday is going to be the last batch of the ones from the event, and then from there on, the tag is going to be open. So hashtag reanalysis fight, you'll see that on my schedule graphic. That is now a permanent hashtag. If you want to have a new outfit design or a character design and analyzed for how I would perceive the combat style based off of your character design, and any lore that you decide to throw in with the description, then please do so. And if we see things coming in on that tag, which I will be checking once a week, I will then include that week's reanalysis fight entries somewhere in the weekly stream. So I will, at the end of the associated stream, I will quote all of those into thread, I think. I don't know exactly how I'm going to handle that, but it depends if we get more than one entry in a week, right? If it's just one entry, then I will yeah, in the thank you for the end of the stream tweet and Blue Sky post, I will tag appropriately depending on where stuff comes in. I'm debating about opening up the YouTube community tab for submissions for reanalysis fight as well. I'm debating. For those of us who are not on either Twitter or Blue Sky, because I know that those individuals do exist who are also not part of the Discord as well, who may be part of our regular audience. So I'm debating that. But yes, I just want to check that my moderation settings are okay first. I think I should be able to say manually accept things that get posted to my community feed on YouTube. So I'll probably open up that option for people to join in if they're not on the other social platforms as well. Because yeah, facts, I'm trying to get YouTube to be my primary social platform. It's kind of wild. Eventually that's going to be goals, to have it centralized around YouTube and Discord. And then the other platforms are mostly just keep in contact with people. But yeah, we'll see how things pan out, right? Because as a space for accessibility, YouTube is really plenty accessible, I think. So that's going to be the plan in that case. So check out the community tab there. You will be able to only submit to the YouTube community if you are on the mobile app. So that is not available on desktop, so just be mindful of that. If I do open it up, I might do it soon, I might do it only later. We shall see how that actually ends up panning out. I'm probably not going to be in a hurry for it because I'm still tiny burp. I'm still tiny burp. So we are, as far as audience size goes, not necessarily at the point where it's going to be a huge thing yet, but we are slowly but certainly working our way towards being able to do more cool stuff, right? And we're slowly but certainly getting there in terms of what I'm preparing as far as secret side projects that are totally relevant to Harrier Citadel. That's in progress and it's going relatively well, little bit by little bit. So I don't know how soon I will be able to start giving you guys a drip feed on what is coming, so that we'll be able to start hype building for that. I really don't know. I've still got a lot more writing to do. Like a lot more writing. So much writing. I have a ton of writing that I need to do. So it is a lot before I can actually even open up the starting gates on this thing. So we're plugging away at it, but it's gonna take a while. And I'm trying to see what I can do that is canon but not really spoilerish in the meantime, to give you guys something that is something that is relevant but also interesting for before, you know, actual project lands. But I'm still brainstorming exactly what and how and with what content, because when I decide on the what, it'll determine what I actually decide to drip feed you in terms of lore-related things on that front, and in what kind of format I will be sharing it. So, and naturally that'll also impact, okay, so if we're going to be doing that sort of a thing, I need to allocate stream time to work on it as well, you know, because we can't only be doing commission grinds on stream, right? Right? Surely not only commission grinds. Looks at all of September, October, and November, and pretty much December so far has all been commission grinds. Whoopsie! Anyway, we will conquer. We will conquer. So yeah, I will try to get a decision made on exactly what I'm going to do with that in the next 2 weeks, so that I can start with production. Huzzah! Fun times. Anyway, I need to end for today. Thank you for joining me. Rest well when you get to it. It was a lot of fun talking about card games and all sorts of other madness. And I shall see you on Sunday for a lot of yapping. Like, so much yapping. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to need to bring all of the tea. All of it. I'm looking forward. And then yes, I will be very much on the commission grind for the next couple of days because obviously Teo's deadline is next Wednesday. So I want to have the models done by next Wednesday. It's doable, I think. We are tangibly close now that we've gotten a bunch of the physics-based stuff sorted. So I think we will definitely have success. But yes, thank you guys. Rest well, and until next time, cheery bye.